Check, check. Check, check. What's up? We're going to be starting in maybe about 10 minutes. Not even. Welcome, welcome. Just going to give some time for our people to get in. And we'll get going. Where are we? 18 minutes into London session now. Just getting started. Monday, January 3rd. Give me 5 minutes. We'll get going. Welcome, welcome. Just checking my mic so I can hear it back. 1 2 1 2. All right, all good. Starting in about 5 minutes. Marcus, what's up? Happy New Year. Welcome. We're back starting tomorrow, the regular live sessions. So I will explain it once we get going. I just have to do a couple of things and give some time for people to get in here. So we will get started shortly. Where am I? Well, you might have a black screen for a second. It will come back. Don't worry if you see black screen. Hold on. Chart will be back in a second. All right, we're getting there. You know, once we get started, we'll do plenty of live analysis, look for setups, see what's going on, understand what's going on. Not some music world, do we? All these things. We're getting there, we're getting there. I'm going to be here a little while. All right, what else do I need to do? I checked the stream, it's working. I put the link in the Discord to the stream. I emailed my subscribers, which I have left alone for for months. I'm back. What else? I think we're good. All right, so let's officially start at for me it's 3:30 in 6 minutes. All right, we don't have to wait that long. I want to give a chance for people to get in here. And for this caffeine to hit me. Yes, more coffee. Cheers. No more holiday blend. And throw it away. January 3rd. I'm not drinking holiday. Looks like the euro dollar wants to break down there, right? Well, it's London Open. See, that's why I want to start now at 3:30, not 3. I'm tired of the London Open spike, wasting my time. Activity spike. Let's see, I'll check news for the day. Welcome, welcome. I'm going to be here a while. Check news, Monday, January 3rd. I don't expect much. Okay, so it's all light impact news today. Manufacturing PMI, mostly for Europe. That is all, has started a few minutes ago. And it goes for the next 35 minutes or so. German, French, Italian, and so on consecutively. So it's a little action on the euro. News-wise, for the next 30 minutes or so, 35 minutes. Then it's still a bank holiday in the U.S., really? January 3rd is a bank holiday? What's the holiday? In Canada and New Zealand. Canada, U.S., and New Zealand. What's the holiday? January 3rd. It's just a holiday. That's weird. Is there a January 3rd holiday? Like we need one? Or it's just left over from 2 days ago? That's odd to me. Why is January 3rd a bank holiday? Okay. I mean, I'm not worried about that affecting things too much. We were here trading live on December 30th. Things have been moving. It's all good. That's a little odd. Okay. And as far as the U.S. news, bank holiday. Yeah, the manufacturing PMI also for U.S. So it's all PMI today. It's all listed as light impact. So there's another major news today. Tomorrow is high impact U.S. Wednesday, high impact U.S. Thursday, high impact US. Nobody else has high impact news as far as how it's listed on Forex Factory. It may not be listed, the impacts the same everywhere, but this week is all about the US news wise. There's nothing major for the pound, euro, and so on. And of course, first week of the month, so it's non-farm employment change Friday. That's a Friday where you may not want to mess around with things. First Friday of the month. But yeah, it's really U.S. focused news this week. That's it. So, that's good. We'll see what the U.S. dollar is up to, certainly by the end of the week. Going into next week, you may have some high volume points as your background on the U.S. dollar, which drives the markets along with the yen. So, these high impact news things for the U.S. dollar are going to eventually create a background going into next week. But meanwhile, we're good to go right now. Light news day. Welcome, welcome. All right. Let's see what's going on. This was unplanned live stream, so yeah, whoever's here, what's up? Say hi. I am going to be going back to subscription-based live streaming Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. 30 minutes into, which is right now, London session. Do that for 3 hours a day, 3 days a week. So that is now, you're able to join that on the website. Here's the link. And I took a long break last year, which I really wanted. I thought I was done forever, but I miss it, and I'm back. And I need to be on the charts and be trading, because that's what I do, unless I get lazy. So yeah, I'm committing to that. At least until April, May. Maybe take off the summer and come back in September or something like that. But January through April for sure. So if you want to join the live sessions, there you go. You can now join. The link is there. So what are we doing today? Doing our analysis. We'll see where the heck we are. Still got this template up. Yeah, I like it. I did well with it last week. So that's good. Very well. So, of course, to our left, we have our end of year, Christmas, New Year's range. We did move pretty well considering the time of year. But if we look at our background, let's just see what we're looking at. What broker am I using? FXCM. Okay. Range. I mean, December was basically a range here, right? The entire month. Here's December 1st. And we ended up in the same price area at the end of the month. I'll just mark the high and low. Just let's mark the obvious stuff. Then we'll get into the nitty-gritty. And we'll see our background, see if we're likely to break in any particular direction, what's going on back there. Right now I'm just putting simple support resistance. And, applying the method I trade, which I'm kind of just breezing through because I'm not going to teach every aspect of it. But right now, it's obviously a range. There's no momentum or trend structure, right, in either direction. Right? That's really what I'm looking for here in markup. Again, there's these obvious levels. Might want to get this guy. We'll tighten that up as we get in there. But knowing our overall structure, trend structure, and momentum, we have no trend structure. Our highs and lows are obviously sideways. Maybe slightly to the upside here. as far as highs and lows. But it really never got out of that range for the month. And that's that. It actually did try there on a fake breakout, which is a bearish pattern, because here was the original high. So back here, was that yesterday? New Year's Eve? It tried to break out of that range and failed. That's a bearish pattern. And if we have a lot of weakness there, right, that would really back that up, why we came down, and see what the situation is there. 1 hour volume. Let's look at that fake break. This was literally counting down to New Year's Eve. 3, 2, 1, Happy New Year. We failed to break out on the euro dollar. That's silly. It was actually trying to break out on New Year's Eve. That's funny. So I'm not reading too much into what happened up there, you know. But there was high volume leading to higher prices, and then it just kind of died out. Which, of course, it's going to die out on December 21st. I mean 31st. Into the night. So yeah, let's move around and kind of... Our background is range, right? Now, first of all, putting aside that, you know, that it's really a range because of the end of the year or whatever, but... should I turn down the music? I forgot it's on. Okay. But trading a range in itself, I would be looking to sell the upper areas, buy the lower areas. If it's truly a range, meaning that volume, background, phase, Wyckoff phase, however you want to define that, VSA background, if it's not giving a particular direction, and it's just ranging, prices ranging, and our phase-wise, we're not seeing accumulation, we're not seeing distribution, it's just kind of imbalanced, not imbalance. There is a balance, so it's not really going anywhere. In a really established range like that, I'm looking to sell high and buy low off of strength low and weakness high, and just trade the range and avoid the middle areas, because middle of ranges you tend to get stuck, right? And then the upper areas and the lower areas tend to reject quickly, which we see all over this here, right? Little range, reject quickly, highs and lows, and those are good trades, right? And you get stuck in the middle, tend to chop, chop, chop. You could chop for 24 hours, pop up and then pop back down, right? And selling it up there is obviously the way to go in a range. So just taking it for what it is, you know, it's holidays and everything here, but it's a range, and that's, you know, technically what I'd be looking to do. If we move up today, selling off weakness. If we move down, buying off strength, rather than having a trend in our background or anything like that, really, you know. What's up? What's up? Welcome. So that is our background. I'm not reading too much into it. I would like to see price move around and react to different levels. Kind of tell us what they're up to. As we just get warmed up. Hopefully start moving around. I don't know why my fan is going on my computer. I never had this issue before. I think it's time to upgrade. Anybody want to buy a... You know, I only bought this computer a few years ago, but I don't know, the new Macs are even better, right? Aren't they? Let's move around and see. So is that the case all around? Then we can make this nice and easy. We got the holiday range. The up move on New Year's Eve. I mean, it looks like weakness in the background, doesn't it? In this case, if we back out, we do have... All right, so it's not the same everywhere. Here we do have a bullish trend structure, obviously. Last week, higher highs, higher lows, followed by weakness, which could have simply been profit-taking going into the end of the year, going into the last day. Whoever was long throughout this uptrend and looking to sell there. And we have the weakness in the fake break pattern, and that is weakness in the background. Let's get in there and see. That's the 1 hour chart. So let's just see a little more detail on that. December 31st high. And there it is. Nice volume, rejection. And then as we got into today, we did come down off of that weakness, which is what you would expect. And seeing how it reacted down here, not much activity. It's kind of off hours, and we're just getting started again here. But this is, of course, and you're going to see that on all your charts on the smaller time frames, the spike in London Open, that's always going to give you high volume. As I always say, it used to not be that way. I've accepted it as this is the way it is. There's reasons for it. I want to get into it. But the market just gets a little overly excited there for a little bit. And I don't read too much into the activity at all. It's just going to be there no matter where price is, no matter what's going on, right? You're going to get the volume spike that time of day. But anyway, putting that in perspective, we do have the weakness in the background. We do have a good result off of that of moving down as soon as we got open, market open. Drawing a fib in here, 50 to 618 zone. My first zone of the year. Let's go. Trying to get myself motivated. Woohoo, fib zone. This is the 80,000th fib zone I've drawn. So with that background, this is going to be a place, if we reach, first of all, that is going to show us sell activity. And if they're interested in shorting for another leg down, perhaps off of this area, I could look for that trade, since it seems like it may get there pretty soon. And we have weakness in the background. So areas to look to short and align with this weakness. We don't see much activity, again, besides this market open. That shows that they've gotten out of these positions. It's high volume on the 1 hour chart, weakness in the background. So reading volume 101, right, is we're looking for shorts now. And so we have that area, and we have the... See, I can do it whether it's candles or bars. It does not matter. I just want something different, something new in 2022. So, got my fib pivots on here. They've been looking nice. So there are a couple of areas, no-brainer areas that, factually speaking, it's not a guess, smart money is considering shorting from, and that's part of their plan. It doesn't mean they have to do it. Doesn't mean it has to come down from there. But it does mean that we have to get an answer when it does visit these areas as to what they're up to, right? It will tell us whether they're selling, whether they're not selling, whether they're selling, but there's buy pressure against it, and it keeps going up. That's an example of what we saw last session at the first checkpoint where they may sell. Yeah, they sold, and it was also buying aggressively against that, so we didn't go short. But then, as I predicted, as the charts predicted later in the day, we did hit that high volume weakness and come down at an upper level. So it's only so many things that can happen in these situations. It doesn't mean that you have a trade for everything that could happen, but it, you know, there's no mystery. It'll tell us. What's up? What's up? Good morning. 33 views. No one says hi. Hi, guys. Say hi in the chat. So that's quite different, though. We do have a bearish environment on the pound. Now, again, we are seeing higher highs, higher low structure, but we do have high volume weakness in the background. Again, it's almost the Friday of all Fridays, because I normally would say if you have an uptrend and you see weakness, especially around this time of day, exactly this, like I say, right? If you have an uptrend, smart money's long. Vice versa, it works. And then Friday comes around, you're going to see weakness. They're getting out. This is Friday, December 31st. So it's the end of the week, end of the year. So how much am I going to read into this weakness really being, our background? Does that mean they're pre-positioning short? on December 31st for the January 3rd move down, perhaps. But you got to take it for what it is. There was a lot of money long, and they're looking to get out, and there was a lot of that going on. Are they pre-positioning for a down move with that selling, or were they just covering their longs? Well, we'll see. But moving up is good, and we'll see if they continue to pre-position short into up moves, and then we'll know. So a little bit, obviously, of a not a conventional situation. Even if it wasn't December 31st, I'd be saying, well, it's late on a Friday. I'm not reading too much into the weakness. I know they're covering a lot of their longs, but we don't know if we're really weak. Let's find out going forward, because getting out of positions, long position builds up for days, is going to look like that. But we'll see if we're really bearish on that by how it behaves today, right? Makes sense? Okay. So going forward, again, euro dollar so far we looked at was in a range. Pound yen was trending up, but hit high volume weakness. This guy, again, we're seeing this weakness stuff. Rangy for a few days, and then December 31st, the Friday of all Fridays to end things, we have weakness and a downward reaction. So maybe the story is generally weakness in the background off of that December 31st high volume. It's just weird. And again, I'm not reading too much into this. This is 3, 2, Happy New Year. Okay, why? Where did all that volume come from? Who cares? Getting out, right? Yeah, whatever. So let's get normal stuff going. All right, and it moved down as a result. What did it see down here? Yeah. A bit of buying went into that candle. A bit of buying went in there. Okay, it's a bar. Say bar now. And then our London Open volume. Yeah. Best thing to do is let things move around and tell us what it wants to do. Welcome, welcome. Live trading sessions are back tomorrow. You could subscribe on the website. We'll be doing this 3 hours, 3 days a week. 9 hours a week. That's all you could probably stand of me. That would be enough. Talking about charts and coffee. Mostly charts. Laser people sometimes. But for real, again, the idea is to take the mystery out of everything, right? For anyone watching. It doesn't mean if you're going to follow, buy, and sell signals, right? That's not what I do. I'd rather you take a trade knowing what the heck's going on and having that confidence. But obviously, if there's setups, I share it. Say this is a setup. This is very, very likely to do this. I'm going to put a position on, and so on. And then there are those that did already know my method, and this might help you, help refine your understanding. Let's see what the yen pairs are up to. Welcome, welcome. Good morning. Happy New Year. I don't know why I'm keeping these old fibs. Again, we have... Yeah, this is similar to some of the others. Uptrend, it becomes a range, gives a fake breakout. Weakness on December 31st. Yeah, we're just looking at variations of the same thing on the background. Yeah, I think after the session today, I'm going to buy a new computer. What should I get? I'm sticking with the Mac. Now I hear this new M1 chip. This is what it's all about. It's no longer reading off a spinning disk, right? It's just chips. It's much faster and everything's instant. It's 10 times more powerful. I don't know. I'd like to be recording HD video and audio and multiple camera setups and stuff for music stuff. So hopefully, I just have to get the right computer that can do it. Some sort of powerhouse monster computer. 2 or 3 HD camera recordings and multi-track recording at once. Let's see if I can do it. I think we're at that point where we can do these things. The yens. Yeah, so it's like pound saw that a little clearly more on the weakness on Friday, December 31st. But they all did to some extent show some weakness. All right. Get a kind of a sense of where we are. Again, obviously it's a little different today on the background situation coming off the holidays. So in this case, I mean, there could be a regular traditional sort of setup. But obviously, I'm not against just scalping in either direction, whatever high probability short-term move might show up. Mark up my levels. Where are the fib pivots? Are they gone? Oh, I took them off the 1 hour chart because they got annoying on higher time frames. Okay. Yeah, I'll figure that out. Yeah, there they are. Okay, pound is hitting that fib that I drew, and we have weakness. Okay. So we may come down off of that if we want to be normal here, have weakness in the background, and then possibly fib rejection here off of selling. So we'll see here if this reacts downward to this weakness coming in at the 50 fib on the pound dollar. Potential selling there. Let's see if we confirm it with a close down. Right, then we'll know that there's selling in this area. It could come down and show us lack of demand. That would give us a short entry. It could continue to test this zone and continue to show weakness or not, telling us what to do going forward if it does move up from here. Is this a sort of a pound thing right now? So the pound yen as well. Is this a level? Yeah, not really. Big break. New high ground. Tells you about sellers. Now, is this weakness showing up everywhere? Here's the Australian US. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So we got high volume coming in that previous 5-minute candle. And now the current candle, when it closes in a few minutes, could give us the result, help us define what's going on there. Euro dollar is chop chop. Cleanest chart right now are the pounds, all right, potentially confirming weakness. Pound dollar, pound yen. We'll see how that goes. This one's not bad at all, too. But euro dollar is a bit choppy, and the euro has the one with the news coming out. It's been coming out. Light impact, but we're almost past the euro news. And it hasn't done much on that news anyway, just flat today. So yeah, GU, AU, weakness, weakness, starting to confirm that with a closed down reaction. AJ. So maybe we want to come down today if we're getting weakness here. And we'll see on test for demand what happens. It's weird with these pivot points. I like them, but when I switch my charts, see how it gets squashed? Because it's trying to show me all the levels. So I stretch it out, right, to normal, go to another chart, and then when I go back, squashed. Because it needs to show me R3 and S3 down. That's kind of annoying. What if I get rid of S3 and R3? That should at least make it less squashed. Should I refresh? Save. Refresh. What's up? Happy New Year. Plays 43. No one wants to say hi. Just want to lurk. All right, you can lurk. 43 lurkers. Oh, 42. Marcus said hi. Did that work? Let's see. There should be at least less squished. All right, well, that's not squished at all. Well. And it's still squished. The R3 is still there. Hey, what are you doing? Sneaky. Can't get rid of it. I just wanted to watch my fib pivots. I used to use Fibonacci pivots a while back. Had too much shit in my chart. Took everything off. I did like them. I was kind of trying them out, just watching them day by day. They were quite accurate so far. You know, bouncing, rejecting these levels. But it's a bit annoying. The way it scrunches everything. Oh, I'll figure it out. You still hate the look of TradingView? Good. Yes, me too. I'm not the only one, right? But I complain. I got people telling me, oh, I hated MT4. TradingView's better. Like, no, it's not. MT4 is just great. I don't know. Thing is, MT4... Yeah, you know, on my new computer, and when I get it, I can go back to that. Because live streaming and charts and everything is a little taxing on the computer. And MT4 just was worse. It was really bad. Like really laggy, choppy. I couldn't move the chart. Which is why I went to TradingView. So we did get our reaction candle here. Closing up. Not the greatest confirmation of weakness yet. Euro dollar, I'm not worried about that. But the pound. So factually, there was buying and selling both increased. Looking at on this candle, looking at the outcome, we have not really moved up or down as far as a result. If we move down, we're definitely calling that weakness and then moving forward from there. But no downward reaction to confirm weakness, which means there's a good chance that we'll pop up a little higher, and then we can find out if weakness continues and maybe get a confirmation of that weakness properly of another attempt to move up. So, in other words, selling did not take over at this level. It was active, but buying is also active, and we can't call that confirmed weakness right now, meaning expecting it to come down, test for demand, give a potential setup, because that reaction is not right. which I did not invent. That goes back to very basic VSA stuff. Two candle pattern of potentially something, but seeing their reaction or result to confirm that. Music roll, do we? Question, yes. Hi, welcome. Is VSA Smart Center useful for VSA traders? I'm not really an advocate for the software. I think maybe it could have a benefit short term. Like, I don't want to give too much of an opinion on somebody else's product anymore. If you go back to my old videos, you might hear. But if it was really useful, I would use it. If I felt like it gave me something that I couldn't get off the charts, I would just use it. But I think really, as they say themselves, as they're demoing this software to you, that eventually you start to know what it's going to do. And, you know, there may be, you know, an overdoing of it because you're going to get, yes, they're fib zones, blue boxes. You may, it's software trying to read price. So you may get some conflicting things. It may overdo bar by bar analysis. I don't know where the software is at this point. I know it changes over time. I know there's like a VSA Lite for Trade Guider, which is giving you very little. It's just showing, well, here's some high volume and some, you know, 20 SMA or whatever. You know, having said whatever I say about this stuff, that stuff got me certainly on track to trading correctly. So I have to give them credit. The idea of selling coming in on up bars was wacky to me, and I understood it thanks to them and understanding. And then I made it my own, and I do my own thing. And, you know, so it may be helpful as part of your learning process for a time. But understand that it's software, and ideally you want to be able to do this with your brain and be able to read a chart like you're reading a book or you're reading sheet music, right? And you get to a point where software it can't keep up with your understanding of what's going on, rather than some coding, which is really limited. All right, that's my opinion. But the thing is about any sort of VSA software that I've ever seen, it's never going to come up with something better than, you know, than somebody who's experienced and knows how to read a chart. It's never going to be smarter than them and say, oh, but you didn't think of this, you didn't notice this, you didn't know that this meant this. Your software is not going to outsmart someone who knows how to trade properly. It's the other way around. Okay. So we did come down off of this high volume on a couple of them. This activity stayed a bit on the higher side here, so we do have a mix of buying and selling increased, but in even amounts because price is not really moving. So we don't have an imbalance really showing up yet. Give me not even a minute. I'll be right back. Questions. But the software can help you if you are already. But the software can help if you are already good? Question mark. I don't think so. Absolutely not. If you know how to trade to a certain level of expertise, I don't think the software is of any help. Otherwise, I would have it. I think it's the other way around. That it's software, it's coding, it's limited. There may be a lag here, so you may have typed that before I answered. It can give you sign to enter in right moment. Well, if you know what's generating those signs, and you can think beyond that, then it becomes useless. Us VSA traders don't do smart stuff. We play ping pong with volume. I reckon the software is just a tool to help reduce the workload a bit. Okay, perhaps. I mean, you can get high volume alerts, but then again, you can probably get that from a free indicator or something. But, you know, it has scanning and whatever, so yeah, maybe that's a benefit, like you say. I gave into it about Smart Center Pro, Smart Center, not Pro. A few months ago, I got a deal on it. It wouldn't pay 4K. Is that what it is now? Yeah. I mean, yeah, for 4K, you would think that you are really getting something special where you don't have to think too much and you can just follow something. But in my personal opinion, that's not the case. It's sort of a learning tool that once you start getting past that, you don't need it anymore, and it's limited. It has its use to a certain extent, and I don't know if that's worth 4K to you. Okay, let's see where we are on this weakness. So not too much confirmation. You can see the kind of give and take going on. We had some selling which didn't really confirm his weakness, and these down moves here into this area were bought into rejected. You see these guys just can't even close down as a result of potential weakness. So that's not confirming weakness at all. And if we can go higher, we can possibly get that imbalance of selling and lack of buying. Selling confirmed, weakness confirmed, and lack of buying, perhaps. Again, there's weakness in the background. If you look at the higher time frames, it's December 31st. It's New Year's Eve, that weakness. A lot of these charts were leaning towards up moves into the end of the month, and you know there could have just simply been some profit taking. I'm not reading too much into it. It's Monday, the first Monday of the year, January 3rd. Let's see what it wants to do. But again, the live trading sessions are back. If you want to subscribe and join, it's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We're doing 3 hours each day. You could join on the website. It's only a weekly subscription. You could try it for a week. You could do whatever. But making sure everybody knows as people come and go. Because I did officially think I was done with that, but I need to be trading on a regular basis anyway, right? I got to do what I got to do. It helps me stay disciplined. I know I got to show up no matter how tired I am. Yeah, I might have to get rid of those fib pivots that are squashing the price every time I click around. That's unfortunate. And sometimes it doesn't squash. Sometimes it leaves it. I don't know. Here on the Australian dollar, we are confirming some weakness there, unlike the pound. What was our background situation? What level is this? It looks like a fib of today's high-low. Seeing the 50 to 618 as a zone. Where am I? You see what just happened? That's not going to happen on MT4. I'm lightning fast on MT4. Okay. Hey, 618 overshoot. Have I ever mentioned that before? Ever? But yeah, okay. So London Open volume is what it is. This didn't show much activity, not much going on. But here we did get our high volume bearish reaction. And if we're going to see lack of demand, then we're likely to move down from here. Let's see what it wants to do. This was more or less, if you're looking at this recent little support, the low of the high volume here, we're generally here as far as now being able to test for buyers, see buy activity. So if we do experience low volume here, we could continue and mark down. We're in the middle of a range, not my favorite place to get into a trade. As I say, you want to buy the low, sell the high if you're ranging, truly ranging. And everything else considering our background with the holiday. You know, it's not an A+ situation, a short here, but take it as it comes. Certainly not in a downtrend. And regular background stuff, but maybe a scalp. Oh, that, as I said, if low volume's here, it's likely to continue down. That's really low volume. No demand. So that is likely to have a down move off of that pattern. Now, that's AU, as I'm sure there's others kind of doing it. This guy took off already, AJ. See what I might want to do here. So looking at the Australian dollar is weak. That's a particular thing going on. As the two of them are giving this weakness, lack of demand situation. I got to get rid of those pivots, man. They drive me crazy. Can I remove it this way? No. All right, I'll get to that. Euro dollar, not too worried about this choppy range right now. Pound, not great on confirming weakness, but at least we're seeing potentially, again, low volume here and maybe falling over off low volume after that. This is a little cleaner. And I might put something short on here. Let's see. Smaller time frames. Yeah, really see that lack of volume. That's what these arrows are pointing out. Is low volume. And these yellow diamond circle things on top of these bars are saying high volume. That's all it is. Obviously, I don't need them. Just messing around. I like the fact that you can look at a chart, look at the price bars and know that volume is particularly high or low from a dot or an arrow without having to go back and forth with your eyes between the volume and the price, because you can't look at both at once if you notice, even if you turn your head sideways. So at a glance, I can know that these are low volume, right? These are all low volume. I can just look at the price and know that because of the arrows. That's all. It's not giving me buy and sell signals or anything like that. If you click auto, it should resize the chart. So instead of me stretching it, auto. Oh, see, no, it gives me exactly what I don't want. The problem is it's trying to fit in all the pivot levels of this indicator. So it's got to squash down so that they all fit. That's the problem. See, then I have to stretch it out to make that happen. Auto gives me that. So I'm just going to have to get rid of it or find an indicator that doesn't force the chart to do that, you know? He doesn't always do it, though, so I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, you see what I'm dealing with. So if I do take a trade in the very near term here, I'm not going, full risk or anything like that. We're just warming up. Monday, January 3rd. Our background is literally New Year's Eve as far as our last high volume. People are, I don't know, drinking champagne and closing out their long positions. Okay. Well, that cancels out the idea of shorting here off no demand. Let's see what happens. It could be more weakness on an up move, and then come around for that short. I think maybe if you're a little over aggressive, you would have seen this and maybe shorted already. I did not. I did open my platform, but it did not enter. So I'm just going to close up my order window now. Goodbye. Sounds like the AOL guy. Goodbye. We're just warming up. There's no obvious high probability situation on the chart right now. There's no, okay, we just need this to happen and we have a good trade. It's, today's date. It is what it is. Let it get warmed up. Let it move around. I'm glad to see your dollar finally get out of this range. Let's see what we find up there. I think overly aggressive VSA traders took a short already, right? And now they're going, oh, shit. Now what do I do? But it might work out with more weakness and come down. And I'm just giving a little extra caution right now. This is not bad. Ideally, we would have had high volume here as well, showing a real consistent selling into this price area. But we did have this show up, confirm weakness decently, pretty well here by this point. And we're seeing a nice falling over of price on low volume. Here we have an up move which is on increased volume and could have a downward reaction, then confirming weakness again. Let's see the 1 minute chart. It's about price areas, not time frames. Yes. There's our weakness. Yeah. Good chance this wants to come down off of here. Euro, weird today. Let it warm up. Pound. Showing some weakness, but still popping up. Let's see how it reacts, and then maybe we see a building up of short positions. Continuous weakness. See the reaction here. It comes down. And what it might do with that low as far as breaking it off no demand. No demand. I either feel like I'm saying no demand, like I'm from, I don't know where, Cincinnati? I don't know. Or I'm saying no demand. Can't say it normal. Last week was really nice trading. It's crazy. I didn't expect to trade at all. And I'm like, I'm bored. Let me check the charts. Oh, wow. I'll take the setup. Oh, okay. Here. Yep. AJ looks like it wants to fall over here. Let's see how this closes. Is this a yen thing? No, they're kind of all over the place. If you look at EJ, totally different patterns. Okay, AJ. Hey, you. Well, the lower the volume, the more likely it is to move down, and especially if it can close below this level. Well, the volume's not very low, is it? Yeah, small time frames really get you in there to see, though, on this attempt to move down. Well, kind of popped back up there on the close, an increase in volume, right? If this closed down, right, close to the low or at the low, and volume wasn't so high, it would likely just fall over on the next candles. It's a good scalp entry. This, right, it's basically a failed break of this little support on increased volume and close back up. So we're certainly not seeing a lack of demand, right, where we wanted to see it. It feels like the market is uncertain. It's got to figure itself out by moving around a little bit, which is obviously totally normal on a day like today. Just getting back into it. I'm ready to slice and dice and get my trades, and I have not taken anything. So it is what it is right now. Vask Tech in the chat. Yeah, here we go with the spamming again. Weirdness. I saw some scam today. Oh my gosh. Somebody was showing this scam where you look at all these spam comments and you look at the accounts that some of these spam comments are coming from, you know, on YouTube video comments. And they're coming from real accounts with, like, maybe they have a few videos. They're real people. And you're looking at it and going, why is there spamming coming from this person? Did they get hacked or what? It turns out there are these sites. I mean, it's a scam in the end, but they're the ones getting scammed. There are these websites that, for example, this is the one I saw today. PayPal money adder. It adds money to your account. Just choose your amount. Let's say I like $500 added to my PayPal account. Go. Okay, great. It's going to happen. All you have to do is post this link on a YouTube video. Once you post this link on a YouTube video, you'll get the $500 in your PayPal account. So they get people to go around posting their BS spam, you know, from their real YouTube account. God. How freaking dumb is that? Before I scam you, help me in scamming other people. All right, great. Ugh. It's genius and terrible all at the same time. Now, if you did that legitimately, right? You get people to help in your promotion, that's one thing. But spamming to get scammed, oh, terrible. So the general story here is, yeah, there's a bit of weakness on up moves. There's also some buying. We're not seeing an imbalance. We're not seeing any opportunities at the moment. There's no high probability outcome right now, right? Considering our background, there's one thing of the holidays, and considering the small time frame action here. Just because you're on the charts doesn't mean you have to take a trade. And in fact, if you're disciplined, you should certainly have times where there is just nothing, and you know that, and that's fine. Because you don't like losing money, so you just do nothing. It's not really even a matter of discipline or something. Right? That's the point you want to get to. There's nothing there, and I don't like losing money, so I won't take a trade. If it happens the whole day, then so be it. Something shows up in 20 minutes. Oh, that's good. I'll take it. Whatever. Whatever the chart says. You're the boss, chart, not me. I think it's doobie time. I mean, it's a free session. What's up, guys? Welcome. Happy New Year. Nothing in the immediate future that I'm going to jump into. So, put some music on and do a little something, something. I'll be back in about 2 minutes. Let things develop, right? We're here. I'm not going anywhere. Anything happens, we'll be on it.
I need some peace of mind. I learned late life ain't always kind. Still you make the best of it. You never give up, never quit. Curse out this world, who gives a shit? Get a punching bag to hit, but let it out, let it out. Yeah. I have not found my chosen path. You see, it isn't tricky like math. I put all my faith into God's hands. One day I'll find my promised land. Just believe in life and then you can. One day, someday, you'll stumble on your path. Let out the pain because it stays in. You got nothing to gain. Let out the lies and schemes. They will bring unpleasant dreams. Let out the pain because it stays in. It's gonna drive you insane. Let out the lies and schemes. They will bring unpleasant dreams. Eventually, we all see the realization of this wondrous world and life, and all the real complications. There are some we can't escape. It feels like a never-ending chase. Whatever you want, it is what you make it. Just for 1 minute, would you open your eyes and see your potential? Just for 1 minute, not
Just letting things develop. Take care of something here.
you are beautiful.
Plenty of time to do our live analysis. Let things warm up here. Monday, January 3rd. Happy New Year. Join on the website. We'll be doing this Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. 3 hours a day. Looking forward to it. Let's get it. All right. All right, let's see what we're looking at. Oh, this popped down. Oh. Okay. That's the level I was considering the short before. Let's see how it reacts. Again, I'm keeping my risk low today. It's early. I'm going to be conservative if I put anything on this. Let's see how this candle closes. What happened generally while I wasn't looking? These down moves. Not seeing lack of demand so much, but aggressive selling is there after a weakness on some of these. That's a 2-minute chart. Let me go to the 5. There we go. Yeah, this would have to close down really, showing a lack of demand. And close down easily here if we expect that to play out. This one got stuck. Pound, yeah, I'm going to have to get rid of these pivots. Yeah, I can't take it anymore. Okay. How do I get rid of it? I can't do it on here, can I? I gotta show indicators. Sorry, fib pivots, you gotta go. I'll try again later with a different one. Okay, are they gone now everywhere? Yes. Okay. Again here, this is a similar situation to when this was the low and it was popping through here and considering selling there. Didn't happen. Here, let's see if it wants to do it. Yeah, you see, we're not getting the imbalance, right? Even we can see weakness coming in, but number one, they didn't all confirm so great at first. They didn't get squashed down and close well off their highs, right? They're crappy signs of weakness, right? This didn't close like in the middle with a downward close like the real deal, right? And then it takes a while to get down off of that. And then here we see some buying coming in, right? Just facts. It's not opinions. If it was lack of activity, this small red candle would be low volume. But we're popped up off of its low, back close to the open. Just in this little situation right now, which is certainly showing some buying into that. Now, if we close down on low volume, right? Let's say close down low volume and started to fall over there, that's likely going. But we have a bit of a mix of buying and selling to start things off here. See, again, we were talking about if this can prove and get through here. It's just not doing it. It's not doing it. And we end up back here in the chop. So, yeah, can't be surprised. It's Monday, January 3rd. And our background is literally New Year's Eve volume and stuff. So, whatever. But I wanted to show up today, and I figure at some point, something good will come up. And if not, that's fine. And really, we get started tomorrow. And wanted to let everybody know the live sessions are back. Yeah. Certainly not lack of demand, right? So we saw potentially weakness. Again, I'm just repeating myself, but potentially weakness wasn't great on the confirmation. And then at any point we're trying to move down, demand is popping back up, right? So we can't get a good imbalance. And imbalance gives you the high probability prediction. If we have weakness and lack of demand, then we have high probability prediction to move down. But right now they're both active. Neither one is really taken over with the other one backing off, right? So for me, that means wait. You need the imbalance. Yeah. The worst thing you could possibly see, right? The high volume closing off the low. As far as, looking to enter short potentially off really crappy weakness that wasn't good anyway. Okay. Well, we know where we are. It's fine. Things got to warm up. Happy New Year. You know what's going to happen this year on the charts? I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you what's going to happen this year. You ready? It's going to go up and down, both directions. There's a 98% chance that nothing will crash. There will be no crash of any kind anywhere. And we'll go up, we'll go down. There you go. Typically, if it goes up for a while, it'll go down for a while. It's very complicated stuff. But yeah, the discussion about indicators, VSA indicators, like I said, they're a tool for a little while, but I think you can be smarter than that. And I think people that make VSA indicators, unless they're trying to suck money out of you forever, are going to tell you, honestly, this is coding of something that you can understand with your brain. So you're going to get to a point where you can predict what the coding is going to tell you, and you can outthink it anyway. And you put together a storyline, which software doesn't really do for you, and an actual understanding of things. But even in this situation here where there's no trade, we understand why. We're not saying, oh, okay, there's this signal, and there's that signal, and one saying one thing, one saying the other. I'm not sure. But as I said, when this closed, this is the worst thing you want to see for a short. I don't think an indicator is going to say, quote, this is the worst thing you want to see for a short. Right. It's an understanding. But trying to get it, below this general area and getting popped back up on high volume and closing back up here tells you the next candle is probably going to go up. That would make it the worst place to enter a short. So, yeah, and there you go, right before your eyes. But, yeah, you can kind of get the sense that the market is just kind of feeling around and getting a sense of what's going on. I don't, there's no real consensus built up. A pre-positioning and again, considering the date, that's normal here. We'll take it as it comes. cryptos. All right. Well, the question would be, has anything changed? Ethereum? Has anything changed since the last video I made that I posted on my YouTube about what's going on here and what I'm looking to do? On Bitcoin, no, it has not. Talked about the range. Ethereum. Yeah. Nothing has changed. Basically, this range that formed down here. Now we have the bigger range just to really back out, but we're in the bottom of that as well too. But let's get into this range. And what we're seeing is, I'm just going to repeat the short version of what I said in my last YouTube video from like last week, right? Is that, yes, there is buying. Yes, there is accumulation. But, and we see it again now, there is also weakness, failures on attempts to move up, and there is selling. So what does that mean? As a swing trader, yes, I did buy in these price areas, but I did not buy as much as I could have as far as my risk tolerance, considering that there is still supply weakness happening in these ranges, and it could go lower, and I'd want an opportunity to buy lower. Now, if we start to move up, again, I'm just repeating what I said in the last video, but if we start to move up and we don't see weakness, then it's much more likely to now take off and start trending up. And again, here you see it. It did show up again. And it's exactly that fake break, new high ground showing weakness pattern thing. So that's just where it is right now. December, generally in cryptos, was a mix of buying and selling in even amounts. And we're talking about, this is after a down move. And typically after a down move, right, which was the big drop, November? Typically after that move, you're going to see more buying than selling because price is low and you're in accumulation. In this case, we're seeing a little more supply than we normally do this low down. So don't be surprised if cryptos do another leg down before any sort of real uptrend. And again, if you're continuing to see this as it tries to move up, right? Weakness, weakness, weakness. And yeah, the buyers show up low, the sellers show up high. But considering how low we are, there's a fair amount of selling, and I would not be surprised at one down move on cryptos maybe for January to scare the crap out of everybody before it moves up for the next 6 months, you know, whatever. You know what I'm saying? But you have to read what's there. You look at the link. I'm just flipping through. Again, this is just the range for December right here. Ended up where we started. And we're seeing weakness on attempts to move up. Let's see the more recent attempts. Here, there was certainly selling. Here, certainly selling. These are the two recent high volume points. Weakness, weakness. And then again, the buying off the low. So that applies to everything. More or less. Doge, I don't know, whatever with some of these, but you know. Too much volume up here, leading to a downward reaction. So I'm swing trading on crypto, so I don't really need a bias, maybe only to some extent to know how much I want to have on and whatever. But if I had to give a bias on cryptos right now, it's neutral, it's flat, it's sideways. It's 50-50. It could move up or down. There's no high probability, right, because of this stuff I'm showing. And that could change in a day, you know, where we get into some new high ground we haven't seen in a while, and we're just not seeing weakness come in. Finally. And then after that, you get a pullback and some large strength. Okay, now you're expecting an uptrend, right? Alternatively, you could try to move up, see weakness, and come down and not get these buyers as you go down. You say, okay, we're dropping, we're doing another leg, right? So it's really sideways, really neutral as it can get, right? That's the way I see cryptos right now. Because generally you have that correlation. You know, one may pop off it now and then, but for the most part, there's that correlation going on. Even the crappy ones that are probably never going to do anything will move up on those really good times, you know. I think there's probably a bubble right now. There's too many cryptos, currencies. Okay, well, hopefully that answers your question. Everything's flat. There's no reason to be optimistic. There's no reason to be pessimistic. It's sideways. But if you're a swing trader, long like I am, you have that in mind saying, it could move up, it could move down. I want to be happy with how much I own right now based on the fact that I really am not making any predictions. It could go either way. I just manage it. But yeah, thanks for asking. I always want to check in on the cryptos at least once when I'm here. If anything interesting is going on while we're in session, we could look at it. But yeah, that's the case right now. Let's see our developments here. Oh, it's trying again, and it's doing a slightly better job of trying to move down and not running into buyers. Well, this guy is definitely hitting some low volume here now. Yen is a bit on the strong side, so it's pushing everything down in the last 10 minutes or so. This could be a good situation where you have, just looking at the cleaner charts in this environment that's not the cleanest overall, but here the weakness. And then here the low volume. And again, here you can just do your no demand testing on low volume and continue down. Next stop would be likely support pretty soon after that. If we're hanging out on low volume here. Technically, I don't know what that line is anymore. This is the low now. So yeah, there's your break test. Off of that low and then the break. That's looking the most, bearish, most predictable right now is that pair, right? This guy. Yeah, I thought it was going to come down. It wants to pop up again. Again, it could be low volume, no demand, and come back down. See what happens with this one. Yeah, if I would take anything now, it would be AJ short. Well, let's see how this closes. Not the cleanest environment, though. Just considering today's date and everything. The things that we've been seeing so far, it's got to warm up. I'll put some small risk on this short. I don't know. It's also nice to see generally. Yeah, I might. setups sort of correlating instead of one and the other saying no. Yeah, that's not bad there on the AJ. It's likely to move down there. This is likely to move down now. So again, considering the environment we're in, the date and everything we've seen so far, and if you want to go small risk or not, or do nothing until things get warmed up and more clear. But generally here, just to point out, we do have this weakness, which confirmed pretty well. On the way down, nothing special happened. Here we have high volume down, which led to lower closes eventually on low volume, right? And so new low ground, and we're seeing low volume. So it's showing lack of demand here, which the arrows do a pretty good job. But they should probably be red on top. Whatever. Who cares? But it would be nice to see generally, if we're talking about on a yen pair amongst the yens or Australian dollar, between the two of them, or even correlated overall, that things are likely to move down, when you take a trade. It's been a bit sloppy start. Again, considering everything, it's fine. We will certainly get going. But at least there is a decent probability here to keep coming down. Kind of a combination of the yen is strong, the Australian dollar is a bit weak. And you put those together, you get that. Generally, though, there doesn't seem to be a great situation in the market where it's, like I said. So it's kind of a one-off. They match up pretty well to likely move down. Market as a whole, who the heck knows yet? Back to the chat. You shared a chart in the Discord. Oh, cool. Want to take a little break? I'll check in there. Yep. Okay, cool. Definitely. Yeah, anybody want to share anything in the Discord? I guess you could say at Pete Fader or whatever it is. Or just generally, I check through there anyway, here and there. So I will certainly respond to anything in the Discord if it's at me. Sooner or later. At least once a day I'll check in there and respond. So yeah, go for it. Cool. So just taking it easy today. You never know. December 30th, I had like 5 trades, 4 wins, and 1, almost break even. Whatever that was. I even shorted the pound yen on December 31st. Where was that? Just to show you. This was my last trade of the year was no, not that. That. Weakness. Weakness. Fake break. Weakness. No demand. So I got in short here. That was my last trade of the year. Considering whatever the background was, I don't even remember. Anyway, just to show you. Yeah, okay, so the AJ breaking down as predicted. Yeah, you got a weak Australian dollar, slightly. You got a strong yen, slightly. You put these two together. It should move down slightly. No. Let's see. Well, if you took that, keep an eye on it. If it pops down, you see some strength, you might want to get rid of risk, or maybe you skipped it and said, yeah, let's wait for things to warm up. Yep. What else? Euro-dollar would not touch right now. Pound gave really bad. Cancel out. Don't take it. Short entries, as I said. Australian dollar weak. That's about the only thing the market knows now, isn't it? Yen strong. In this very short term. Again, there's no great background or anything. A scalp situation, perhaps. EJ, no, I don't really like it. I don't like that the euro's all over the place right now. You got weakness. You tried to move down. You got strength. And we're back in between those two spots. That's an absolutely do nothing situation, right? Pound yen. Again, the yen is a bit strong. But I don't see any great setup leading to shorting here, so nothing there. Whoop. Yeah, and this guy's behaving. Okay, see how things develop from here. Back in 2 minutes. All right. Some doobie action. It's Pineapple Express. What happened on this thing? Bit of buying, not huge volume. Really not. We'll see the reaction though. You know, these things go in waves. It might do a break test. What was this level? Well, that was that old level. All right, nothing important there, but 14 EMA. If it wants to pop up. Anything developing. Euro, again, I don't like it. There's nothing to like. Pound. It's really been sideways. A bit of strength is really what's standing out in the most recent high volume. So that suggests we could go back and test this high and above there and see what goes on. Not an entry I would take or anything. Especially since it's sort of flatlined here if it was really turning around. But there's no momentum here in the last 30 minutes. Again, Monday, January 3rd. Let's see things move right, get warmed up. See what they want to do. See what they're positioning for. Anyway, welcome. Happy New Year. Do you get a little extra motivation in January? I get a little extra, and coming from like nothing, it means a little bit. Because I got lazy. 2021, the laziest year of my life. Could I take a break? Am I allowed? All right, but I'm done now. I have to be productive. But let's get going. Live sessions tomorrow are back. Sign up on the website. We've had 94 views, so high 94 people. They come and go, though, right? But yeah, any questions on the charts, let me know. I think we have it covered as far as the pairs I trade, and not a great background situation, so it's not like the whole story today that we can pinpoint and put together. Let things move around, wake up, feel it out, see what they want to do. Some mixed signals here and there. Euros buying and selling, a little mixed. Well, like I've been saying the last, 30 minutes or so, most likely thing to happen is the Australian dollar coming down. And the yen is a bit on the stronger side, so that should push this down, giving this down move the best probability at the moment if we could pick out something in this so-so, let's get warmed up kind of environment. But again, nothing complicated there. Weakness confirmed better than anywhere else. Test for demand, at first not looking great until high volume led to lower prices with lack of demand at lower prices. So from here, we should be able to do a leg down. It doesn't have to go in a straight line, but we should test the next level down there, whatever that is. And that would be the low of the day, I guess, here, right? So we're likely to get here before anywhere else. Now, again, is this a trade working off of, a whole storyline, background weakness, all that stuff? No. A bit, but whatever. New Year's Eve and all that holiday stuff. So that's what it is right now. It's just, sort of an isolated thing. But as things warm up, obviously, there's a lot of news tomorrow. Yeah, for the U.S. There's a lot of news this week for the U.S. And of course Friday and everything. So yeah, we'll be right back into it very soon. Off the high impact news, it's typically going to help things get sorted. I'm planning on also making just some regular, 10-minute, 15-minute videos on my YouTube channel. Somebody asked recently about if we see, who was it? Nixon? D. Nixon? Asking about, to explain the difference between volume on candles that look the same. So you have two candles that look the same, but the volume's different. What goes on there? Why? And that's a good 10-15 minute explanation. I should make a video on that. I'm kind of slow, but I've been adding videos to the playlist, basics of my trading method. So definitely going to be adding some to that. But come on, there's so much material on my YouTube channel. And then now we have a bunch of live streams from last year. So plenty of stuff. So what do we want to do today? Chart? Chart says I don't know yet. You're asking too much right now. What do you like below the 5-minute chart? I don't know. What do people use below the 5-minute chart? 3-minute? Or 2-minute? I think people like 3-minute charts. Whatever. Same information organized slightly differently. So this strength here, we're talking about the pound showing some strength on that last dip. Might have it trend upward. The initial reaction to the fib area showed weakness, and then it kind of just got quiet up there, and not so much short positioning. Certainly lowered in volume, and then this high volume now leading to this. It's likely to break through. It's likely to try to do that. Do I want to buy the pound dollar right now? I don't know. Just kind of taking it easy considering the whole background situation, but maybe. Maybe not. I did put a small position on the AJ short. Right now it's got a 10 pip stop, 9.5 pip stop. Right now it's got to convince me why I would even hold on to it. As far as a scalp, probability is still that it's going to get to that 45 before anything else. But yeah, literally December 30th was better than today. Well, that was a fluke. Wouldn't count on that. It's a great day to trade, December 30th. And the 31st wasn't bad too. That pound yen short. And then I'm like, all right, I'm done. What else? What else? Happy New Year. Make it a good one. Don't lose money trading. And if you don't have that issue anymore, make more this year, I say. Okay, Pete, I'll do that. If you learn my stuff, especially if you bought my courses, but if you learn off YouTube, whatever, and you're still struggling and something ain't clicking and you're losing money, let me know. I definitely hear the success stories. But it's very rare anyone says, Pete, it's not working for me. Which is a good thing. That should be rare. But if so, let me know. If you just feel stuck. But that doesn't seem seem to be the case. That stuff that's in my course, I don't want to sound like I'm trying to sell my course. I'm just talking. That stuff that's in my course that I made in 2014, yeah. I haven't changed anything. So that tells you something. I've added, I've refined, but not much. And if you watch the YouTube videos, you could see what might be different, but it's not much. I mean, once you learn how to read the chart right, that's it. It's correct is correct. What's happening out here? Market's got to figure out what it wants. Likely to happen here is, I suppose, the pound dollar up move. I don't know if I want to put anything on that. AJ with my small risk position here. I took like half my normal size position and my stop is only 9.5 pips. So my risk is small. If it's not behaving, I could just close it. That's all I have on in the moment. Pound dollar. What's our pip count here? It's likely to try to break the high, which is only 6 pips away. You can at least clear spread and then manage it if there's any trouble. I just don't know if the market's like truly warmed up and it's going to be given information and it's going to be playing out right away, or if it's still kind of just warming up and flopping around, you know. Mr. Johan, how are you? Hi Pete, when you say that you need some motivation to trade, is it because you do not really need the income and just need something to do? yeah, I got to the point where I'm comfortable, and I mean, do I just want to be okay, or do I want to, how far do I want to go? I feel like I kind of burnt myself out. I needed a break. Time reward ratio? No, it's not that. It's like why did the Beatles break up right at the peak? Because what motivates you is to get there, and once you're there, I'm thinking of the Beatles documentary, right? And I don't know if it was in the documentary or it was said separately in an interview, but one of them said, I think Paul McCartney said, he goes, well, the goal was to get, and we did it. So what we're going to do it again? I mean, we weren't really, like try to do it over again or something, form a different band and try again. It's like you got there, and like that was your whole life's freaking motivation, So I'm at the point now where I paid my house off. I don't have a mortgage. Like I got to this place, and I was just like, I just feel like doing nothing right now. I don't know. I need some new goals, I guess. But yeah, not having like that fear in the back of your mind of like, if you don't make money, you're going to start losing things that you like in your life. Like if that's gone, I don't, it's a different, it's just weird to be in this place. It's new territory for me to not be like really worried about anything anymore. Like, okay, now what am I doing? It's weird. It's weird. Does that make any sense? I suppose it does. I think anyone would have that feeling. Like if you win an NBA championship, you're on a team, you win the championship one time. Like that feeling of accomplishment might make you go, yeah, do I want to come back next season or maybe just retire? I don't know. I'm done, right? Do it again? And some people are that motivated. I'm going to do it 5 times. I'm going to win 7 championships. I'm not going to stop until I can't do it anymore. I don't know. I'm just not that person. I got to that point and I'm like, all right. Now what? I don't know. I could have worse problems, man. Thank God it's all good. He tired of making money. Everybody's different. I guess that's just my experience right now, as I explained it the best I can there. I think, as they say, fear is the best motivator, right? A lot of people say that. I don't know. Human nature. But, when fear is gone, yeah, you're just kind of like, whatever. It's like I have to just recalibrate, like why I do what I do in life or anything. It's strange. I'm in a very strange place, but I'll stop talking about myself now. It makes sense. As a software engineer, if there's a problem I have to solve, I can code for days until I get the solution. Then I cannot get myself to code a line. So you get what I mean? Yeah, motivation is a strange thing. Problems, fear of things turning out badly is a great motivator. And then also on top of that, once you have climbed the mountain and you're at the top, what's going to make you go, I want to do it again? I think like 50% of people that climb Mount Everest or something are going to be like, I'm not doing it again. I just wanted to do it, and I did it. Why would I do it again? I'm not motivated. I know some people are probably like that. Or keep doing it, or keep, I don't know. It's weird. For a while, I was like, well, the crypto swing trading is minimal effort, and that's paying so well. I really don't have to worry about it. But then things dropped and went sideways, and I'm like, okay, realistically, you know how it is. The swing trading, you're going to have periods of waiting, and no action. So what can we say about the charts? What happened with the pound? That was likely maybe to move up, but I didn't put anything on it. Yeah. Things are still working themselves out. Again, if you just look at the last session, that was live stream on the 30th. That was better conditions than this, but again, you can't complain. January 3rd, Monday. It'll figure out what it wants to do. Technically a bank holiday. What is it? US, Canada, and New Zealand. I don't know why it's a bank holiday on January 3rd, but it is. Which doesn't always mean things are slow, but I don't know. But to summarize, at least I could give you that. Euro has its mixed background of weakness and strength. In the immediate, again, our background before that, yeah, there's some weakness up there. It's whatever, New Year's Eve stuff. It's been in a range, really. And what is it, in the middle of the range? Worst place? What else? Oops. Pound. Weakness, December 31st. Take it for what it is. Are we seeing confirmation of that background weakness saying we want to be going short? No, it would have been nice to see weakness here to help that happen. If anything, we saw some buying and a mix of buying and selling, but certainly some buying here. So that's not telling us go short with the background. Do we want to be going long here? As I said, there's no real reason to be doing that besides, okay, there was some buying here. And again, some selling. Some buying here. Go long for what? Do we have strength in the background? No. Do we have some great trending move here? No. Popped up so far, that's about it. So you get the idea. This was likely to break down. The fact that it's not. Just going back into its old range. Not helping. Volume's just kind of dying off, right? This, I might just close my AJ short. I might just close it. See where it's at. I'm down like a pip and a half or whatever. Oh, that blocks the current price. I don't like that. All right. See the countdown clock here. I'd rather see the price line. I gotta fix that. I don't really need the clock. Well, can I get both? I'm an MT4 guy, so I'm a little slow. Where is the line for the current price? It's probably here. No. Status? Oh well, I'll figure it out later. Bid ask? Oh. Okay. I don't need bid and ask. Okay. Just a hint of the current price line. Okay, that's good. Yeah, all right, so on my AJ short, it's a scalp type of stop loss. So these little bit of support, turn resistance, the 14 EMA test. If we reject here, I'll hold on to it. If we pop above, I'll just close it. I've been kind of scalpy, and again today, with the conditions being what it is, first trading day of the year, our background is unclear off of the holidays and everything. There's no, projections and things that I'm drawing on larger time frames for the moment until it figures itself out. So I'm staying scalpy. And in this case, our probability to move down is pretty good off of this if it rejects and continues. No huge strength coming in here or any particular issue. My volume leading to lower prices, weakness. The 14 EMA is a scalp entry in itself if it rejects here under the right conditions. So that's how I'm going to handle it here logically. If we get above this level, I'll close it, and that'll be like just minus a few pips. Scalpy. That's the mode I'm in. And as I say, if you're scalping, keep your losses small. Otherwise, you'll never be good at scalping. Even if you have an 87% win ratio, if your losses are big compared to your profit, you get nowhere. What was my entry? 55. So if I close here, I'll be at, well, here's 60. So there's your 5 pip stop loss right there. Tiny. So yeah, soon enough after today, hopefully, or at least after some high impact news, which starts hitting tomorrow, we'll have our whole background and everything to be able to do our regular analysis. Look for more of the usual stuff. What are these weird spammy comments? I'm just going to delete them every time they show up. Very strange place I'm in. Not to dwell on what I was talking about before. It's so weird. So weird. We need to do some do some DMT, go on a vision quest. Oh God. The machine elves will make fun of me. And the jester will say, "You suck." Isn't that what happens when you take DMT? Some clown tells you you suck and laughs at you until you can laugh at yourself. And then they go, "Ah, you got it." All right, so that's DMT. Okay. AJ, which way? Testing that level. Choppy conditions. No good background. Is what it is. But I'm not in a rush to go. See if they figure out what they want to do. Pound dollar kind of faked you out there because we started off the session with the up move, which I'm not looking to trade the London Open move or anything. So, okay, you watch it move up. After that, nothing. And a bit of mixed signals. So they have not figured it out yet. The real stuff hasn't hit. All right, there's the rejection that's keeping me in this trade right now. I'll close my close window. I'm staying in it. All right. So as I said, the break test pattern and the test of the 14 EMA could bring sellers for the next leg down because, of course, things don't go in a straight line, but good trends are going to bounce off the 14 EMA on the 5-minute chart. So we'll see if that ends up being the case. And that's only 10 pips for my entry. You know, these are small moves. We haven't really gotten the real volatility yet and all that. My entry was 55. This is 45. It's 10 pips. But it doesn't mean I have to close the whole trade. But still, you know, we're in small land right now until things really get going. But if we're talking about 10 pips, I see huge strength and close it. That's fine. What was it going to close it here for 5 pips anyway, right? My risk reward is fine. Just working with what I got, right? Now, if I'm closing at 10 pips and taking 25 pip losses, then right, okay. Still scalpy right now. Where do you get DMT? I've never done DMT, no. I've just heard all about it to the point where I know what to expect if I ever did it, as much as you could know. This that element of I can't explain it to you. I get that, but yeah, I know all about it. No idea where to get it. Go to ask a Joe Rogan fan. Is there a Joe Rogan Discord? Those people will know. If you find out, let me know. So live sessions are back this week. Just make sure everybody knows as they come in and out here of the stream. Live sessions are back on the website. You can join Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 3 hours a day, starting 30 minutes into London. And again, today there's just not much to say. There are going to be days where we're really on top of what's happening as things are developing in real time, as most of you know from attending. Day like today is we're just looking for things to get back into the flow here. Scalpy, scalpy. So what can we say about the reaction? Obviously, price did what we wanted so far off of here. Volume-wise, there was a bit of increase on the way on this, which resulted in a higher close. So that does show some actual real demand coming in. Being able to close back down on decreased volume tells us now that this price area got pretty quiet with buyers, didn't it? Like whoever was willing to buy here did so. There's really no follow through. Again, this is a place where it can turn, and then, you know, something that you can observe about the market. So it would make sense that the buying could back off here. Test for sellers and then see what they do with it. Five-minute chart, 3-minute chart, scalpy, scalpy. Not much to say about what went on here. We could have gotten a nice, you know, pop in volume sign of weakness or something a little more interesting. But we could again say the 3-minute chart says the same story. Bit of increase on volume leading to higher prices. There was a bit of markup style buying, but it quickly fizzled out in this priced area. And who the heck knows at this point? It's still likely to do another leg down overall probability wise here. Unless we see an issue with strength, or we got above this level, as I explained. So, still likely to move down. What else? Not much of interest. Oh, where's this guy going? Hey Pete, have you done Steve Maruro Market Maker Method course? Don't know who that is. Maybe I do if I look it up. Off the top of my head, not sure who that is. I'll search him and see. Why don't you use candlesticks anymore? Because I got bored. I don't know, I'm just switching it up. Like I said, there's really no difference. You see the high, low, and close. You also see the open if you're using bars, but the open price typically, especially in Forex, there's very little gaps during the session. Typically, the next candle opens up where the last one left off. So that a little extra information of where your bar opened is not even really anything. But the high, low, and close that you could see on a candle or a bar. So there's really no difference. I don't know. Literally, I'm just tired of staring at the same thing. It's fun. Trying to make it fun. I just started doing what I was trading by myself. And I'm like, yeah, cool. All right. It's working fine for me, but I always welcome new knowledge as I consider your course. I never want to sound like a salesman or anything like that. That's totally your choice. I would say if you like this way of, again, today we didn't really get into the total analysis because of the date and our background. It's not really right yet in holiday. But my other YouTube videos talk more about all the complete method and stuff. So obviously that's all free. First thing I'd say is, you know, watch all my YouTube videos. That's free. And you're seeing this stuff live here. There's plenty of live streams too. And then if you feel like after watching my YouTube videos, you want an organized, literally 13-hour long, extremely organized. Let's start at the beginning and cover everything really organized. If you want that after you watched my YouTube videos, right, then I'd say get the course. There are some traders who may be trading for a long time or learn things that are working for them to some extent, whatever, and then watch my YouTube videos and pick up a bunch of new things to add, and, you know, never paid me a dime, and that's perfectly fine. It's just there if you want it organized, you know, and like really step by step, in depth, everything. All right, we got a little activity here. Not everywhere? No. Okay. The yens? No. The Australian dollars? Okay. A bit of, yeah, here and there. Not everywhere. This guy, well, basically because I have this short here, I want to see the result and be on top of it at this moment because of the increase in activity. See what's going on. That's the highest volume in a little while. See what it does, see what it tells us. I might move my stop to break even. It's getting quite jumpy. Stop loss. Is that 9 pips right now? Let's see. I'm going to move it to, because I love limiting risk. Favorite thing to do. I can put my stop at 4 pips, and that would put me here. Yeah, I'm going to do a 3 pip stop. And that would give me 587. 587 is here. Oh, okay, because I was just above this test area. That's why I was there. Maybe it just drops while I'm thinking about it. Yeah, whatever. 3 pip stop. Limiting risk is like a shot of, what's it called? Endorphins? What is it? It almost feels like a win just to get rid of my risk. You know what I'm saying? Ah, yeah. That feels good. -3 is the worst possible thing that could happen now. It feels good. I don't want to get prematurely hit, so I'm not putting it at break even yet. But with a lot of volume coming in, you know, let's be realistic. Is it a lot? Yeah, it is. Closing at the low is really good on that, but if this thing, the result of this candle here, from a 5-minute perspective, whether it closes up or down, is very telling on what could happen. So this is aggressive selling to be able to move down, close on the low, and then as a result, close even lower. It's just aggressive selling, right? A lot of selling coming in. If all this activity leads to it being able to pop back up through this price on some regular volume, it looks like the selling kind of chilled out, didn't it? And it could be some demand moving in over that and pop it back up. Wish I could just close it, whatever. Because basically high volume is going to make me potentially react based on what it tells me. But yeah, this is what the live sessions are like for anyone who's new and visiting. I tell you anything I'm doing. I'm not like here to call trades. It's really to understand what's going on in the chart and to know if something's high probability. But also learning the method over time, learning. And again, typically we're working off of larger background analysis, which just is what it is right now because of the holidays. Next week we'll have that all straight. But scalps are scalps, and that's fine too. But yeah, we're back tomorrow with the live sessions. If you want to join, go to the website. myhotsauce.com. Don't go there. Let's see. Well, from a 1 minute point of view, let's see what this volume really means again. High volume lead to lower prices and a closing on the low. So we didn't get any buyers popping up, right? This could literally be one large entity pushing or a couple. No one came in and bought against that and forced it to close up. These prices were accepted. Hung out down here on low volume. This guy increase in volume, right? On a close on the low again. That's going to be weakness right there. This hangs out at the low. Again, closing slightly lower, but there's no upward reaction to high volume. We have high volume, downward reaction. We have high volume, downward reaction. If we, again, if let's say, what would make me say, uh-oh, would be some high volume into lower prices and a higher reaction, or some really excessive volume above all of this, which would suggest there has to be some buy activity involved, unless it's dropping like off, like free falling or something. But if we really just get too much volume, that's going to suggest buying. Obviously, at this point, I just want to get rid of risk, so stop at break even. So yeah, chart says all good. Off of that increase in volume, but lower prices, right? Keep us updated. Oop, volume popping up. Some buy orders came in there, right? You saw that. Who are you? Stop it. I could close half. Nothing's stopping me. Scalpy, scalpy. High volume, and that does involve a low price. That previous candle there on the 1 minute. All right, I was just getting my order window open to potentially just close half the position if there's any issue here off high volume. Stop at break even and then let it run. Hope maybe it'll chop through that 45 level and keep going. Yeah, we'll get to that, hopefully. I'm not loving that volume off the low price. You better convince me to not close half right now, chart. I'm scalpy. You better convince me right now. if I see any sort of aggressive ticks up, well, that was a little pop off of that low again. Who's hanging out at 47 buying? Can we run them over? That's twice they showed up there. Break it, break it, break it. All right, I'm closing half. I see you. I'm closing half. I'm done with I'm done. I closed half. That's 3 times off of that 4-7 and change. It just bam, bam, bam. Those upticks. As far as scalping, yeah, that's good. So I closed half, stopped at break even. Yeah, I feel good about that decision. Again, if you just kind of back up and look at the pattern here of this testing, right, and then continuing down to support. And now look at this high volume, which typically would come in at the support if there's going to be an issue with buying. It's a weird place for high volume to come in. Now, if it was like on an up move and showed weakness to continue or something, but it's into lower prices. So I already got rid of my risk. For me, it's worth also closing half. No, I could just let it run, whatever. So what else? Anything going on? As far as any other opportunities, Euro is just stuck and going to sleep. Mixed background, as we were saying. Is buying and selling recently today. We're stuck in the middle. Okay. Yeah, things have to wake up still. As I said, which was probably 30, 45 minutes ago, the only likely thing to happen was the AU and AJ to drop as far as predictability, and particularly the AJ. Yes, it's exactly what I said. Roll back the tape. And that this is going to get to 45 before anything else. And we made it to 46 and change. It's one thing to trade in a correlated market where things are generally correlated and you're trying to decide the best one. But maybe a little bit of extra expertise is to pick out what's going to move and what's not. Gonna really dig in there. The yen being on the stronger side made this, as I said before, made it have a better down move, even more likely to move down and do better because it's a weak Australian dollar matched with strong yen. And there's pretty much your scalp target right now. So as far as me managing the trade, to see what happens. So again, you see, if I was sitting here by myself doing this, God damn, this is boring. Come on. You finally get it eventually. When you first learning, you go, well, trading is supposed to be boring. Professionals, it's boring, just routine for them, whatever. Like, really? They're not excited after 15 years going, yeah, man, high five. No. Really? could have worse problems. Don't take it as a complaint. Thank God. Hallelujah. For every trade. We're just going to rip through target. Hallelujah. But really, we want to see what goes on here. Obviously, it could end up a sign of strength if the volume is very high and we do a fake breakout. We close back up. Then it's not likely to go any further. I could close the scalp. The rest of it. Let's see the 1 minute. It's all about price areas, not time frames. And no real issue here. At a support and just below. This is low of the day, so we're into new low ground. You could, at times see very high volume. Like if it was the highest volume in the session, I wouldn't even be surprised. But typically you get higher volume here. So this amount is nice to say it's likely going to be able to break this. Might have to come back and actually test it. And if it doesn't, and it goes into new low ground without even testing this, then it's just really even more bearish. And again, just to make sure my line is exactly drawn right, there's the low of the session. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Five-minute close. Yeah. At least it's not an increase in volume. It's all kind of active here, but all this activity is leading to lower closes. So we got some serious sell orders going on. We saw on the small 1 minute chart the pop-up stuff, and that was adding some volume to it. But yeah, they're getting run over, whoever bought. Now, if we get a fake breakout pattern, like I said, we actually close up. We don't have a lot of volume, but the fake break pattern itself is a bullish pattern. It could kind of float around, float up or something. It may be more weakness. So there's patterns in this volume when they work together that really tells you something like high volume strength and a fake break. Very bullish pattern. But you get a fake break on sort of flat volume. All right, you kind of just lost some probability on the down move, but it's not as bad of a loss as if you had strength also with it. So it's kind of combining simple patterns and volume. Of course, a new low ground always tells you about buy activity. That's the rule. New high ground tells you about sellers. That's a new low for the day. All right, glad we got some sort of move. Maybe you got that as far as a scalp. And I had already gotten rid of risk by this point. And so let it be whatever it wants to do. Meanwhile, choppy euro. Wouldn't do anything with that. Background mixed, you can see it right there. Strength and weakness stuck in the middle. Let's see if we test this and something happens and gives us some clue. Maybe they figure it out, maybe they don't. Maybe we bounce off high volume strength. Maybe we break through. Maybe we get weakness and then break through with no demand. Do something. Let us know. Pound yen. Looks similar to my trade there. What support is that? I don't even know. Now I want my fib pivots back. Nice. Noise. So that was a good one. Any questions about that AJ setup? Let me know. I think I explained it thoroughly. You should also understand why there really isn't anything anywhere else. These two were likely to move down. I went through it all. You could always go back in the video and hear it. And we'll see what comes next. Meanwhile, let this ride out. Happy New Year. First trade of the year. W. See what's coming next. What a scalp. How's that? What else you want today? Scalp. What else? Any developments? Anything else worth looking at? Feel like the pound dollar is going to want to give a long down here. The reason why I say that is because the lack of weakness that showed up here, the activity here, which brought it up as a result. Again, weakness, not so much. Now we get slightly lower prices, which tell you about buyers, and we got a little increase stopping the down move. I think there is maybe demand lurking. Fib retracement here, they're down to support. As far as the U.S. dollar, driving all the U.S. dollar pairs with correlation, the yen driving the yen pairs, correlation between the U.S. dollar and the yen, that usual stuff, doesn't seem to be driving it right now. That's why we can end up really kind of honing in on each pair, and they might be saying opposite things, whatever. Some may be neutral, some may be bearish. Some may be bullish eventually. But that's pretty telling to not have weakness here, especially. This is kind of like, all right, well, some people sold at the 50 fib because that's what happens, but it turned into other things. So we'll see what goes on here. Now we know this is into the fib area, and we have an increase in volume. If that gives a bounce, we're seeing demand. Not a lot of volume where I'd want to go long really right now off of that. Maybe a 618 overshoot with high volume strength for a long. And of course, if it ends up down here, you could get a bounce off of that looking for an entry long. Depends where, if, when, how much buyers want to show up into the lower prices, particularly our predetermined spots. Okay. Wow. A 25 or so pip scalp. It's not bad. I might just lock in some pips on this now. That made it to fib like nothing. That's a lot of volume. Wow. We're already there. It's the whole fib from that low. Yeah, I'm going to start trailing my stop. Look at that. Maybe move it down to like 38. Let's trail it manually. I'm not going to like do any auto trailing or anything. Stop loss, yeah, 8338 right now, just to do it. Yeah, I might just close it actually. Well, I could just really lock it in low. But you see the reaction right off those predetermined levels off of that volume. It's not terrible, but yeah, it's certainly there. Certainly there, right there. And there's a reaction. I need my price line back. I don't like that there. All right, closed it. Closed. I'm out. Closed it up. Out of the trade. Out of the trade. So the reaction off of that, you see it there. Let's see what it looks like here. I mean, that's enough. Yeah, that's enough. I was going to be happy if it got to 45. My first little scalp, and I got out at whatever, 35. That's fine. But yeah, quite different behavior, and not just anywhere. Just to point out, this line was drawn because of this support, and then of course the big old scary 50 fib if you're short, right? And there's the volume, highest volume since an hour and a half. That's enough for me. So if it goes down without me, I don't care. Again, it's a scalp approach. I don't try to make a scalp trade turn into, justifying it to be something else. It's not like some background situation or whatever, as we were saying today. I'm not worried about the background. I'm just scalping. We don't have a background. We have end of year activity BS. That will certainly clear up this week. Very good, very good. So that's my first trade. Again, if you missed it, the entry it was explained, and everything why was going on was explained. My entry was 55. Now we're also in sort of, pip count wise, this could be a lot more. But once you start counting, you realize it's pretty small. Just kind of where we are right now. The volatility has to come back, of course. It'll be back. It'll be back. But these charts, like, squash them down, because that's really what's going on. Yeah, not terrible. Well, not terrible. So what else here? As far as any opportunities. Could potentially be buying this thing now, right? Eventually. Eventually, there could be a buy opportunity. But starting it off with that, is at the highest volume of the session? Or at least close to, probably depends on the broker. Let's see. This is a Wanda volume, which is probably crap. I don't know. But whatever broker you're looking at, that's going to be high volume. The question is it the highest of the day or the session? Well, it's close to, whatever. Okay, so that off of this area. Oops, AJ. The predetermined 50 fib, the support. It's technically a fake break of the support. And it could even accumulate here over time. It shows strength. Maybe do a fake breakout pattern again here, pop down. So we'll see how this develops now as a potential long, being that that volume is so high. Now, if it goes off and things don't set up right, we'll see in real time why and understand why. For example, high volume selling comes in, and maybe the buyers show up again and you got a mess, or maybe they don't show up after high volume selling in this area and it's a new low ground, and it looks like it's going to go to 618 in that case. So whatever happens, it'll tell us. But that told me, get the heck out of the short. There's a lot of buyers. I mean, if sellers disappear, it's going to really bounce, actually. Most likely. And that could be a long. Who knows? I wouldn't want to sell into that demand either way, though. If that's not the case, I'm not going to sell into that. on high volume weakness, selling into high volume demand. Nope. Euro's breaking out. What's going on up here? The background today has been so mixed on the euro. That's why I'm ignoring it. But at least getting out of the range that it was stuck in with that. Might clean it up. That's good. Now we can get some answers. Higher high, higher low structure is not the range anymore. Yay. And, of course, into the fib area and new high ground here that we haven't seen in a while. So this will tell us what's going on. We get a lot of weakness. We go back to the support most likely, especially with this lack of demand, and so on. But at least we're doing that now. Warming up. We're warming up. 1-0 to start. Let's go. Pound again. Pound dollar's leaning bullish. We looked at some of this action as I explained. Not to the point where I'd want to jump into a long here, though. If we had higher volume strength here, maybe, but it's likely going to go up. It's a little unconventional to get in at this point. I wouldn't do that. Hey, look at that exit. Thank you. Thank you very much. Dancing monkey. Okay, things are moving. Things will brew. And some music, doobie. What's up, guys? You doing good? You up for the day? Maybe you're waiting. Maybe you're down. I always got to think, what did the bad traders do today? Okay. Probably bought here, which is not going to turn out so bad if this survives their stop loss. It might turn out okay, but they could have had a stop below this swing, and it got hit right there. Let's see. Oh, this is a good one, of course. Yeah. Selling here. Too late. Well, where's my trade? There. Oh, I can't take it anymore. I'm selling. Right here. That's going to go up and hit their stop. Oh, that's the breakout. So you got that low, and then you break out here. So you got sellers getting in here. The breakout. Got to go chase their stop loss. Dirty business. Oh, breakout traders here going short. They're already sweaty. Sweaty palms. Gotta remember, there's typically there is a bloodbath going on out there on the other side of this. It's kind of funny. Breakout traders here, unless you're scalping and closed it already. That hurts. Now what? Breakout trading's the worst. Worst. So what's brewing? Looking at this euro-dollar reaction here in the fib. Now that we finally got out of the range, which really had mixed activity, but we're moving up, and we can find out what's going on now. Lack of activity here. Lack of high volume so far. It tells us not a lot of weakness coming in. New high ground tells us about sellers and particularly the fib area. So low and medium volume here says we're likely doing a real move up out of this range that we were stuck in. Doing a few waves up or whatever. If we're not going to see weakness, we're probably doing that. And if we don't see an issue with selling here, we'll likely end up here next and then see what happens. So there's that. There's the idea of ways to get in. Again, the lower the volume, the better up in here. And if we come down, there could be a buy off of that dip, scalp-wise, 14 EMA test stuff. Could get lucky enough to see an imbalance up here where you have that lack of selling, lack of activity here, and actually some strength and quick rejection to say, okay, we're going for the 618 break. You know, it's a good start and see where it goes. Manage it. But so far, that's the information. Not much selling in an area where if they were really looking to get in, this would be the start of it on the up move. It's pretty quiet. So that reaction already tells us it's, you know, the question of this zone and is it likely to break and continue up or have a rejection? In this case, it's likely to break and continue up. The information is here now. It doesn't mean it's not going to do a little dip first, perhaps, but any major move out of here is now likely to be to the upside. It could be a break, test continuation of this level that brings it back up. It could be a touch of the 14 EMA coming through there. But any sort of significant down move off of that is now unlikely. Maybe just a small one. So that's developing now. As far as the pound, again, as I sit through here, it seems like it's leaning bullish, but no reason to get long. And we're really just in this range, middle of this range still. Not too exciting here, either way. A bit of buying, whatever. It's got to clean up. Again, Australian dollar, AU and AJ, the trade I took both showed some strength, and at least temporarily get a bounce, get out of a short trade for me, and then see what's going on. But with this much strength, right now we're testing for weakness, and there could be very little supply, and even again, more strength showing up for a long entry. This is leaning towards bouncing now for real, right off of that high volume reaction. We'll see how that goes. If it comes down, more buying, right, to really expect to not move, look to buy. If we're moving up, we want to see lack of any signs of weakness. See how it behaves at the test levels. Lack of supply. This is, okay, so as I just explained, right, with the AJ, testing the 14, testing its old support. If you go to the pound yen, you actually did that here. Test the 14, test the old support. So we have that. And that is saying, there's your volume. We're closing off the high. Decent amount of volume. You see the reaction. So some selling is coming in here. Now, this doesn't have that large strength at the bottom like the AJ. This is suggesting it might want to make a run back to the low off of this. The lower the volume, the better for that to be a good prediction, and it's not low, but it's also not high. So it's just kind of flat. So it's sort of a, you know, okay prediction. If you had low volume here, right, and even higher volume here, then this becomes very likely. So you kind of get the idea. Maybe it tries to move up and gets even more weakness, right, and then that would say even more likely to move down. So that's the game here. supply-demand balance and key test areas, which are mainly support resistance, fake breaks, fibs, and the moving average. Everything else is a waste of time. Even the stupid TDI. I have it there just to have it there. Why is it there? It has absolutely no reason. I never look at it. I have not checked once today. TDI, okay? Just do this and don't use it. Just to annoy you. Ain't no TDI. I had another. Let's see if the AJ short that I took was confirmed by the TDI. Oh, yeah, it was overbought. I don't know. Where do you short on the TDI here? Yeah, it also said short here. Looks the same to me. Traders Dynamic Index. So I recommend you put it on your chart and never look at it. Yeah, it looks like it's going to want to rip through this fib. And the up move is not done on the euro dollar. I wish we had a cleaner background of strength, but it's all over the place. But whatever. That's what it is today. Another spam message in the chat to delete. Bring it on. I got a quick delete. Trigger finger. So what's brewing? Again, based on this reaction, potentially a euro dollar long. Not the greatest. Don't have the greatest background. We're scalpy. It's January 3rd. Pound dollar, yeah, I already said it's for nothing to do with that, as I said. Now that potential long situation, kind of tracking that on the AJ. That's a little unique there. If you look at the AU, the volume doesn't stand out as much on that. You know, even though it correlated up to that point, that volume isn't. So that's the difference between the US dollar and the yen influence. Yen might be turning. You know, this looks like it does want to revisit the low, although you had some buying here. But basically, it wouldn't hurt if we're talking about potentially a long here, working with what we got at the moment, after it plays out some things. Wouldn't have hurt to see also this happening. So it's really Australian dollar seeing some strength overall. As far as the cause of things. This I just drew in because it's likely to happen, I think, but it's not like a trade I'm getting in. At least not at the moment. But yeah, some weakness here confirming. Yeah, could go back to the low here. Let's see. Pound yen, the beast. Yeah, I don't like that strength, and then shorting on a yen when there's strength on some yens. But it's only one. Let's see the dollar yen. Strength. See how it develops. Let's see. Pound yen kind of wants to be shorted. It wants to be. The euro kind of wants to be bought. Euro dollar. Could put something really small on the pound yen here. Yeah, I could. Get to the low and then manage it. I probably should on the last candle. All right, see what that does. All right, I went really small on that. Probably just too small. Why did I even do it? I don't know. Because it's not bad. It's worth a little bit of risk. I put a small position on the pound yen. Also because I'm kind of liking potentially the euro dollar buy. But not yet, not at this moment. Your dollar doesn't want to bounce here. Dip lower wouldn't hurt on that euro dollar. See some strength. And reject that for a potential long entry there. That would help. Ooh, I kind of don't like that. Just got bought into here. This is all similar volume. Your dollar kind of sitting there. I wouldn't do anything with that yet. Still likely to continue up and try to break that high, though. It's a matter of maybe being able to come down first a little further, show some strength. Pound dollar still kind of choppy. Don't really like it. This, as we said, the down move was likely. From there, it's got a bit choppy now. And it's certainly showing some demand. I don't want to be going long off of that. It's not like huge volume. So I don't see any opportunities. This, again, showing some buying on the yens, the previous candle. And I have that really small position on the pound yen short. I could just close it if I don't like what's going on, because I'm scalping, and small losses are how I do it. But you see this opened, moved down, closed back up even higher, and there's some high volume there. So the reaction to this is going to be telling. If it closes down, I'll hang on to it, see what I can get. If we close up as a reaction, I might just close the trade. After getting in here and getting out there. There's my little scalp. Cutting it. Keeping the losses small. Only because this is high volume. This, sometimes you'll get into a situation, obviously, after you get into a trade and go, oh, that doesn't look good. It's usually going to involve some sudden high volume that may not turn out to be in your favor. And that's not something I would want to be positioned against. Typically, in this situation, you wouldn't get large buying until the support and into new low ground. So the fact that it showed up here was, less likely to happen. So that kind of throws things off. And again, there's nothing wrong with closing it if something like that happens. The AJ was like sort of the perfect example we saw as that played out. Where everything just closed lower no matter what. High volume, at lower close reaction. It's all good. It's all good. Like no drawdown. This is the opposite. Starting off a little funky. So let's see. But those of you who know my scalp entry of the 14 EMA understand why I'd get short there. And I was probably a little late on it. Volume-wise, could have been better with some lower volume here for that pattern. But I did like this reaction. Very clear off, again, a support to resistance, 14 EMA. Closing off the high. At least the volume's healthy on that. And the downward reaction, right? If this was high volume and this was low volume, it would be better. And I probably would have done a regular size position. But all things considered, I wanted to put something small on this. Who knows? It could run. Who the heck knows? But I want to see it get to support, and then I manage it from that point, how it's reacting. Which is the scalp method. See what goes on there. Any issue? Huge strength comes in. Just close it. Close half, stop break even, whatever, right? Listen to the chart. So here I'm again looking for the reaction to this thing. If we close down, all right, I live for another candle in this trade. We'll see. That was a yen thing that went on there. If we go to the pound dollar, not as exciting. Okay. So we want the yen to behave here. We want the yen to be strong in order for this to come down. If we look at the dollar yen, is the dollar going to come down against the strong yen? Not so much. I see a double bottom fake break strength. Maybe I should cut it. Why am I in this trade? No. I'm good with it. I'm good. No regrets. Yeah, I think I'm just going to close it. Let's see the 5 minute. Oh, let's give it a drop, more room. At least the high of the previous candle, if that holds. If it breaks that, I'll probably just get out. This pattern should bring it down to support, not back up. Some higher high candles and up to the 14 EMA again. And again, this volume popped up after I got in, which is the whole reason why I'm thinking about just cutting it. If that wasn't there, I wouldn't be worried so much. So I think I'll probably cut it if it breaks the high of this candle here. Or at least the 14 EMA. So keep a small loss. Let's see. I'll still be up for the day if I cut it there. Small pip count, and I took less than half the size of my first trade as far as lots. So it's all good. How's that euro going? Potentially long setup. Okay, good. I'm glad it came down. Now we can see if there's some rejection here, maybe some strength. Maybe we get some really high volume strength would be nice against this lack of supply stuff here and go for another run up. Try to break the 618. See if buyers come in there. See the 1 minute chart. A bit, but they're not in a rush. All right, we'll see. Keep an eye on that. Yeah, that's definitely what I'm going to do. Basically, 5-3 is all I'm going to tolerate as far as an up move here. I'm very fine with that. Again, small loss if I do that. But in this pattern, right, just getting into higher ground, and then again, it's new high ground. When you really should be pushing down from that rejection. And again, strength showed up, so warning. Logically, if we get past here, we really start to lose probability. We may pop up again, whatever. So I'm good with that. 5-3. I'll close it manually if it goes there. I don't trust this thing. Okay, so we did get a little volume here, but we'll see the reaction. If we come down, maybe we'll get even more buying. Hit the 50 EMA buying. Maybe there's a small fib here. Yeah, I'll go with that. Yep. Okay, I'll just draw that in potentially as something there. It doesn't even have to go that low, but that would be something to see. Lots of strength. Okay. Keep an eye on that. This guy's hanging by a thread. I will cut you off, pound yen. I don't care. I will throw you away. At 53. So don't mess with me. Yeah, there it is. 50 EMA test, you're $1. Let's see if we get some buying. After that top, we're likely to break it off of some demand coming in here. So again, the information here, looking for this pattern to come down easily, and it ran into some buying. Now in this price area where it hits some buying, we're hanging out, right? We haven't come up as a result. So is the buying still there in this price area? No, we're dropping off. So we're kind of out of the weeds unless something suddenly weird and anomalous happens. We're out of the weeds as far as this price area and its buyers, right? Obviously, they've chilled out. That's the good news. The bad news, they could be right here. Just below that. You get it because of the price. It covered, right? So it's new low ground. Below that, and it could hit a big spike in volume, come up. But hopefully on this pattern, right, the regular thing will now play out where it can get to this low. And that's where you're really testing for, for the demand, and you manage the trade accordingly. But it's just sort of an understanding of that. I like that. We got the first trade was just easy peasy. And then this one ran into immediate trouble. You saw where I'm willing to cut it, 5-3, and how it's playing out, understanding that. And I'm not sweaty. I'm not stressed out or anything. So if you like what you see, come join the live trading session starting tomorrow. Okay. We're back. Let's do it. So as I said, issue with buyers in this price area here, just to really get in there and understand these little things. That cleared itself up as we saw, just explained. Now, will they show up again or are we good? What was that? Was that a thing? The normal buyers down here. That wasn't supposed to happen, quote unquote. Supposed to. You could do anything at once, but, you know, probability wise. All right, so that's a good sign. We're back at support. No volume issue to deal with. Back where they started this buying initially, you know, we're all good through here. It's down here. If they're going to still be annoying and weird and start buying prematurely, it's right a tick or two down. So, let's see. Managing scalps. Meanwhile, euro dollar, potential long. What's it doing? 5-minute chart. That's a nice reaction, as we wanted to see here. Could have been more volume on that, but at least there's that. Maybe we go lower and see even more and get convinced that they're really buying here. Again, I keep eyeing this because this top is low volume. So it's likely not done with the up move. Ugh, here comes some volume. Go away. Now, I talked about 5-3 is where I would close it, right? Made sense. Now what? What would I do here? If this hits high volume and starts to move up, yeah, maybe I'm looking at 4-8 or something. Just cut it. What else? This is testing for some buyers down here. Not much activity showing yet. Not that I'm looking to go long here, but that's just what that is. A bit of activity, not much. Things are a bit quiet, right? Talking about the AJ potential long off of strength. We kind of went sideways. Can we test down here and see more strength or not? Do we start to trend up and not see supply and expect it to go? We're just kind of sitting here. Hard to get an answer. Pound yen, I will cut you off. Hopefully it's not annoying and tedious here that I'm so focused on this pound yen, which you may not even be in, of course. And but then again, maybe it's helpful to see managing a scalp and that there's logic behind everything. Yeah, see, I could just close this. This is what I signed up for. See our 5-minute about to close. Failed to break. But you see the increase in volume there, little fake break pattern, bullish reaction. Like, why are buyers showing up here? Well, why? Who cares why? But if they are, I'll cut it. I'm not messing around. So again, if you're interested in these tiny price moves and what they mean, then again, you could apply this to a 1 hour chart or larger time frames on some things you trade, and that would be your background. But again, here's where that buy came in. And as I said, I was telling you when price was here, right, that we're good on the buyers. They're not an issue. The problem is here. Remember I said that? And there they are. And look at the difference. Okay, I pointed to that spot. I said that's the problem. That's where we may see them. So we got a volume on the 3-minute chart, whatever, higher than the previous, whatever, right? Now we have an upward reaction, right? It's telling me maybe I should just close it. Those pesky buyers need to go away. The pound's got a little bullish issue going on. I kind of knew that. And the other yens are dropping. Probably last chance here. Meanwhile, your dollar going lower. Good. Let's see some more buying than that, though. Like, where are they positioning? You know, we're getting this started off today, Monday, January 3rd. You know, where's the high volume positioning? What are they doing? Right? It's nothing standing out there on the euro dollar, and for a lot of them, we're just kind of dying off. They're not jumping all over things at any particular price. That's what it is at the moment. Can't be that surprised today, though, really. We got a little spoiled with the end of December being so good. Am I closing this? Down just a few pips? Yeah, I think so. Oh, some high volume coming in. Yeah, if it breaks the high of that candle, I'll just close it. Yep, because that's high volume there. So it could come in as weakness, and I'm all good. But if we get a higher, that's on the 1-minute chart, right? The highest volume since about 35 minutes or so. So that's enough to tell me the reaction to that up. I really want to just get out. And that would be what, 4.9? That's nothing. Well, the indicator said it's what's SOD? The hell is SOD on as far as weakness? Not sign of demand. Supply overcoming demand. Supply overcoming demand? Must be SOD. Well, that's good. Well, now that the indicator popped up with supply overcoming demand, if that's what it stands for, right? I don't know. I guess my trade's good. Ding, ding. Yay, indicators. I'm just kidding. Yeah, euro dollar go lower. Good. Find those buyers. Find them. They could be right here. Or they could be here. Or anywhere in between. Lower prices. But yeah, a nice fake break here on high volume. Bring it back up at least, right? Get that long started off right, perhaps. Oh, well, look at that. Two-minute chart? Yeah, no indicator. Three-minute? What do you want to call that? 2-bar reversal? Either way, it's good. 5-minute. Ooh, that's a squashy. Is that an up thrust? Or that would have to be into Sideways roundhouse bar, candy bar. But yeah, my new spot to cut it is now above this candle. I'll put a line there. So again, hopefully it's good to see managing a trade that's acting a little funky and understand why. Just do the logical thing. I was going to get out here if I went there. I didn't. Now, as I explained, high volume with a higher result. I want to get out there. Buyer showed up a little early. We see it. It's not some mystery why this trade didn't just go to like the first one did. And if I close it here, I'll never look back and go, oh, why did I do that? Even if it drops all day, that's really fine. Need good probability. Okay. I guess we'll try for support again. It's a little hairy. $1? We need more buyers. Otherwise, we're just sitting here doing nothing. They're not positioning big short. And if they're not going to position big long, then what the heck are we doing? Nothing. We're waiting. Same here. Just dying in activity at places where things could happen, but they're just not, right? Support. Where's the activity? Not much going on. Okay. Real-time decisions. It's good, right? Now, let's go back to the 5-minute. We're finally out of the area that first showed us a buying issue, then told us the buyers are not there in this price area at all, but slightly below they may show up. They did a little bit. And so we couldn't get out. Now, looks like we're getting out. Now, if this closes at or near the low without too much volume, we're good to go. We'll probably get a support, and then we'll find out what happens down there and all that. If this has any issue and again fails to move down, maybe the volume's high again, then this thing is just turning into a pain in the ass, right? Okay. 1 minute close at the low. That's a good start. So this should be helpful. Just really honing in on understanding things. All this information and understanding this stuff on a 1 minute chart, 5-minute chart. The same principles apply to the background. If this was my 1 hour chart, I would be saying the same thing about where generally money is positioned from. If it was a 1 hour chart, we'd be seeing these sellers come in. We'd be seeing these buyers come in. Say on this day, maybe we're going long. On this day, if it's a 1 hour chart, we're looking to go short, right? Same stuff. And testing the levels. Now this, we can look at potentially the break test pattern. The idea of staying below this level, now being bearish, getting back above it, being a failed breakout, and being a bullish pattern, of course. So let's see if it even can get there and tap that level and stay down. Again, it may be a 1 minute chart, but it's all the same stuff. If this was a daily chart, whatever, to give you your direction that you're looking at for the week or whatever. So now I'm into break-even territory if I have to close this, right? Oh. Let's see what it wants to do. Get some buyers here. Can you just wait till support? What's wrong with you? Who's buying? Stop. Pound buyers, go away. Give me that support. So again, on managing a trade that changed once I got in it, then you saw how I got to this point now. If this fails, again, that's an opportunity where I could cut it. Just close it. Then give it a little room to overshoot, but really coming back here and failing, then it's like, you know, far from what it was when I started. All right, so there's the retest. And that's about as far as it should go. Otherwise, we're calling it a fake break. Let's see. This 5 minute just opened and then this. Okay. So waiting until the close is a little hairy. Let's see, 3 minute. It couldn't get to support. How much volume is on that? Not much. How's that euro dollar going? Okay. If you look at the 1 minute, yeah, then we want some more buying. Again, it's just kind of flat, right? Okay. We really want some activity to pick up for the day and really show us what they're into doing. Some buying on the pound dollar there. But overall, not great conditions. Pulled out one win earlier. Let's see what's going on with this. I may cut it for the small loss. Ooh. The EJ is really popping up. I don't want to see any yen pair move up. One minute fib. Yeah, I should probably just close it. There's not a lot of strength here. That's the thing. Typically, if there's not much activity down here, you can break it. And it's just acting funky, though. Everything kind of slowed down. There's no real positioning going on. Yeah, I'm closing it. Last chance, pound. I'm opening up my window to close this thing. Just not worth it. Allowing for any real risk at this point. Let's see. Last chance. Just wanted to see it get to support, then I could manage it. There's no flow today besides that first down move. Luckily it caught some. Hopefully it caught some. No flow anymore. Yeah, volume's so flat on the euro dollar. It's not helping. They're just not interested in anything. Waiting for news tomorrow. U.S. Open maybe. Hopefully pick things up. Every time I'm about to close, hopefully this is not annoying and it's good in education. Every time I'm about to close the pound yen, it drops. I'm like, yeah, this is about all I can tolerate. Okay, it's coming down. This, I was going to close right above that candle. It dropped. This, I was going to, right? Was it here? Yeah, I think. I'm going to close right above that. Talking about hanging on by a thread. This little position, it's not even that big. But if you like scalping, I guess this is how deep into it you got to get, right? Again, kind of a mixed background off of the holiday and everything, so it's a little different. Once we establish some real volume this week and have a background, I'll have a better approach to things than just trying to catch little moves here and there. But the background helps your probability on things and tells you where most money is positioned, what direction. So without that, it doesn't really back up. Things don't get really backed up with that probability behind it. You also get clearer levels and things too. You can have high volume support resistance stuff, whatever. Who's buying over here? You're so annoying. Stop. I think I'll wait. I think I'll buy the start buying the pound yen from 5 pips above support. Okay. What are we at? 47? All right. I closed the trade. All right, now you don't have to hear about it anymore. So I closed the pound yen because I'm scalping. And that's what you want to do. So I entered, which I said when I entered, right? It was right around here. So it was this price, and I closed there. So spread plus a pip, whatever. It's fine. Now back out to the 5-minute. And again, simply, it just pops out to me. A couple of issues with this. The buying here, when it was really supposed to flow down. And then now a fake break pattern is a bullish pattern. Those two reasons. And then volume-wise, what do we end up seeing? Just flat, just crap. And this weakness just couldn't even get it down to support. Yeah. So those are the reasons, yeah. Again, normally this doesn't show up until you can get to support. So that was kind of the first scalp target. And then this fake break pattern. Yeah, that's just all wrong. Now, if it goes without me, that's really fine. I just feel like the probability is kind of all over the place now. It doesn't have to get to that support. It's not as probable. Euro dollar, potential long, not shaping up because volume's so flat and dead. Maybe wants to go lower. Pound yen. I mean, pound dollar. Breaking through that fib. And then showing weakness on the test of it. So, short-term wise, that's looking bearish. Now, was there a reason to go short? Were we looking to go short here? No. Didn't see weakness properly. Saw some mix, some strength. Could have gotten some weakness again, just couldn't get it. So, that's not a short I'm looking to take. That would really be just chasing it. The fact that it broke a 618. Not good enough reason. Some activity increased down here anyway now. So yeah, that could go anywhere. What else? Well, maybe I'll end the session. Just checking the chat. We may start moving back up. Oh, this must have been right when I was closing it, right? Pound yen fighting to go up, moving up. Yeah. I feel like it could go either way. I wouldn't be surprised, but that's obviously not good enough to be in a trade. Say it could go either way. But yeah, It could certainly move up now and never get to that support. And after what I pointed out, the reasons why I got out of the trade, yeah, makes sense. Again, I even said when I first went in, I'm going with a really small position because we want high volume here. It's meh. And we want low volume here. It's too high. It's not low. It's mediocre setup on small risk. No problem. On to the next. I figured at least it was likely to get to support. So this is how wrong I was, right? Not so wrong. But yeah, it's plain with me. No thanks. This is not how a scalp is supposed to go. No. This was your last chance. But I am disciplined with that on scalps where, you know, if I'm looking for this support and the pattern, I'm going to wait to the support. And typically if it tests a support, it tries to overshoot a little bit. And that's key just to manage it at this point. I'm not just going to close it here when it's that close, you know, so whatever. And it's going up now. And if this thing goes up and up and up, yep. And if you manage your trade, like pat yourself on the, I'm patting myself on the back right now. Thanks, Pete. You're welcome. That's a good job. Thanks. I'll be down 10 pips, 20 pips, 30 pips. Ah, what did I do? I'm supposed to be scalping. Oh, shit. Right? Lost everything I made on the last 4 scalps on 1 loss. So, all it has to do is go up there. Make an up move, and I'll be very, very happy. Price moving up without me. Without me short. So yeah, the move of the day was the down move. At least I profited off of that. I'm up for the day. But I get the sense just generally things are not, you know, they're just warming up after the holiday Monday. You get the sense things are warming up. At least the down move happened, and maybe you took advantage of that. Again, I took the AJ and the weakness, the lack of demand. You could go back in the video and see that stuff. What was it? Oh, it was off of here, off the break test, right? I think that's what it was. Anyway, it's in the video. Yeah, at that point in time, there was nothing else but looking at an AU or AJ short, and pretty much the AJ was better, we said. Since then, though, nothing great has formed. Feels like things are flat. Got to warm up. See what U.S. session does. See what news brings. Lots of U.S. news this week. So we will get going, definitely. All right, cool. Well, I'm up for the day. If that's all I do, good. I'm glad I showed up. I'll hang out a bit longer, see if anything happens on the half hour here, and then we'll just call it a day on the session, on the live stream. We are back tomorrow if you want to sign up. Here's the website again. So it's subscription if you want this stuff 3 days a week for 3 hours each, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I suppose I'm going back to GoToMeeting, so obviously I won't be on YouTube. YouTube has some sort of subscription thing. Maybe I'll mess with in the future. I don't know. But we'll do our GoToMeeting where if you join the live sessions, you'll get as usual, get the email before the session begins with your code to enter. And the meeting software is free. Yeah, that seems to be the story. There's no clear high volume pre-positioning. Again, since that down move, we're just kind of floating around. Potentially we could have seen things that are just not happening when we get there. I would have liked to see more strength here. It's not bad. We did see the buying here, similar to the pound yen situation. We did see a lot of buying here. And we're talking about this long potentially. Yeah, it's okay. If we get another pop down and some high volume, let's zoom out. Like, how much volume have we seen today? All right, that throws everything off. That's annoying. Happy New Year. Let's all trade. I don't know. Okay. But we can get some higher volume on the 5-minute for sure. If you look back each day and their higher volume points and compare it to today. And again, with an unclear background, like, let's see what they jump on instead of things getting quiet and trying to take a trade when things are getting quiet here with our lack of background and everything. So yeah, I'm going to see if activity picks up before I take anything else. See all this dropping off now? It's just like nothing. What's the answer? Nothing. This, well, we made it over 618, so it's not a great spot. Maybe weakness and continue. Yeah. No weakness in the background. Yeah. Okay, so you get the idea. Let it warm up. So if we get some high activity, I'll look to trade again today. Otherwise, that's it. Need to see that activity pick up, see what it tells us. All right, guys. It's been fun. Time flies really fast when I do this. What is this, 4 hours I've been here? My gosh. All right, good. So hopefully that's helpful. Like the video if you liked it. I don't know, stuff like that. Subscribe. Hit the bell for notifications. All those things. And I'll be streaming still live now and then on YouTube. But, of course, the subscription stuff will be 3 days a week. I'll try to do some more educational videos there, too. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging. Till next time. Have a good one.